and join me in salute to the flag. Mr. Richardson, would you please lead us? Thank you. First item on the agenda is oral communication. The public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. Please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Pleasure to see you there, Mr. Gray. My name is David R. Paul. I'm a resident of Tuolumne County. I may be a little out of practice because I have not done this in some years. For those who do not know me, I'm responsible for putting $200 each year into the pocket of every family of four in Tuolumne County because I defeated Measure P, the last attempt at a sales tax increase that was sought to serve in place of the sadly lacking sound fiscal management. I'm here today to address the board and the people concerning the ongoing effort by a few to steer Tuolumne County away from promoting the general welfare to serving special interests. Question: what is corruption? The diversion of resources from one use to another without the knowing consent of the governed. Why is defining corruption so important today? Easy. The diversion of resources comes at a price to the larger community while only serving the interests of the few. Corruption reaches a level where a community does not have the resources to invest for future needs, that is education of the next generation and either necessary or desired capital improvement. The forces of corruption will take those resources they can without earning the wrath of too large of a majority that could then be motivated to seek a change in leadership. Corruption is the driving motive behind the abuse of power. This leads me to ask this board to redouble their effort to serve the people. The first step should be a review of Tuolumne County government operations over the last 15 years and to audit existing operations with respect to the present county. Am I missing somebody? Is Craig Pedro here?
He is not here today.
Oh, okay, that's sad. Okay. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead with my comments as if he were, and he could respond to them at a later date. Let me go back. With respect to the present county administrator's overly optimistic forecast of garnering 25% of total state funding for the mirage of a law and justice center. Was this action of an incompetent or part of a misinformation campaign to bamboozle the voting public? I would dare say that it's the latter. But in either case, this board would probably be better able to serve the people with the aid of someone capable or of greater candor. This demonstration was a repeat of the stream of bad ideas that the county administrator used to steer the board to padlock Tuolumne General Hospital, an action that only served the interest, I hope everybody's listening here, an action that only served the interests of the long-term care facility operator, Mr. Ron Woodall, and Adventist Health. Interestingly enough, it was this same Mr. Woodall who earlier was rebuffed when he sought my assistance with promoting the financial misconceptions outlined by our county administrator. Let me take a breath. This lack of candor in public discourse is what has led to our community to serve as a modern retelling of the Tower of Babel. That is the promotion of hidden agendas represented as public policy, which is more the product, I hope everybody's listening, of fascists than of the public servants directed by the people. As a result, This board must review this matter by obtaining the assistance of an outside auditor to thoroughly examine the veracity and the authenticity of the accounting used to rationalize the closing of Tuolumne General Hospital. Review the presentation by the county administrator rationalizing the purchase of property for a law and justice center that will remain nothing more than a fiction to justify the expenditure of taxpayer dollars on behalf of special interests. That is, the taxpayer being cleaned out simply to pay an inflated price for land and for the sewer and water that may never be utilized. There's another element, but I won't go into that yet. We should clean house now while we still can, and I hope everybody's listening, and before a private citizen decides to call those who can and will. There is no substitute for the role of the people in our representative government. Let me repeat that. There is no substitute for the role of the people in our representative government. Our nation is predicated on the eternal vigilance of the people to serve as the only force against the pursuit of tyrants who seek to have all others serving them. To those of us having a good and a sound education from universities or the College of Hard Knocks, it is up to us to bring the light of truth on behalf of a free people or the netherworld of backroom deals. Okay, now this part here I want everybody to pay particularly close attention to. Okay, and if some people feel the shoe fits, so be it. To the members of our community who thought they invested in a real estate development, look back at the timeline of the Mountain Springs project and ask, were the last pitches for additional equity investment made after that it was obvious to those proclaiming sufficient financial sophistication to make the pitch that macroeconomic conditions had shifted, making project completion a mere dream, a fiction to garner funding just to continue paying the pitchman's wages? Consider the failure or disappointing results of similar projects like the Diablo Canyon project down near Modesto, or of one closer still in Copperopolis. In other words, demand had already been satiated, satisfied.
Mr. Paul, how much?
Can I close with one comment?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 15 minutes of oral communication.
You bet.
So I'd like to.
With all due respect, sir, I will close this up.
I appreciate
let me
it.
add on this point about Mountain Springs. I ask, did it become a shell game later, or was it a Ponzi scheme from the beginning? But I'm going to close. Let us accept life as endowed. We cannot change the past. Then recognize that a knowledge of history is what allows us to make better choices today. Let us reassert ourselves as the people and not allow special interests to divert still more of our community's potential. Now, I'm done. I will submit this statement to the clerk. She can make copies of it. Now, I have another presentation. Is there an item on the agenda concerning the purchase of military equipment today?
Yes, that's item number 24. You're welcome to speak on that when it comes up.
What time would that be?
It's not an appointment, so I'm going to guess it could be just before lunch or after lunch.
Okay, now the presentation I have on that issue is, I think, something each of you should see. However, I would not want to sit through the presentation by the proponents because I already know what's in it. Do you know why I know what's in it? Well, think about that.
Okay,
So I will give this to the clerk. She can make copies. And with that,
Thank you.
Folks, have a great day.
Thank you.
And if you ever felt so bamboozled,
Yes, sir.
Greetings to the board. My name is Paul McNall, child advocate, Tuolumne County, and I'll be succinct. I couldn't make the last meeting because I got snowed in at Cedar Ridge. Yay! But I did watch it via mymotherload.com. It was very interesting. I was impressed with Child Welfare Services presentation, and especially the fact that they had implemented not shared family care, but parent partners for 2 years, and with a impressive record as far as that goes, and as Ms. Brennan noted, Supervisor Brennan, that they made great progress. I'm going to leave it at that because there's a lot more going on here, but I will be talking next time, as long as I don't get snowed in, about Leah's case and Welfare and Institutions Code 827 with regards to confidentiality. And again, I'm very elated to see parent partners implemented into child welfare services. They're on the right course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Please get in line. Thank you.
I'm hoping to be very short. My name is Charity Manis. I'm a veteran advocate from Calaveras in Tuolumne County. About a month ago, a person I greatly admire recently pointed out that many people who come before the Board of Supervisors are asking for help, funds, or guidance, whereas very few come before them with praise for their work and efforts on behalf of the citizens of the county they serve. Today, I'm here to praise this board. On March 17th, you unanimously passed a resolution recognizing March 30th as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. This recognition of 3.4 million who served during the Vietnam War, the 58,200 who paid the ultimate sacrifice, and the 1,700 still listed as missing in action was reinforcement that you as a board recognize the importance of veterans within your community. I have complete faith that this board, as an extension of the resolution, also supports the over 3 million veterans of the wars and conflicts following Vietnam. El Salvador, 80 to 92. Beirut, 82 to 84. Persian Gulf, 87 to 88. Grenada, 84. Libya, 86. Panama, 89. Gulf War, 90 to 91. Somalia, 92 to 93. Haiti, 94 to 95. Bosnia, 95 to 04. Afghanistan, 2001 to present. Iraq, 2001 to present, with 7,520 paying the ultimate sacrifice and 60,000 wounded. California is home to 9% of the nation's veteran population at just over 2 million. With 551,000 Gulf War veterans in California alone, research shows that in 2016, they will, for the first time in history, outnumber Vietnam veterans in our state, presenting new challenges in healthcare, community service, and extended justice programs. With just under 7,000 veterans residing in Tuolumne County alone, they represent 12% of your total population. To put that into context, that's 3 times the amount of veterans per capita than Orange County, 3 times that of San Mateo County, and 4 times per capita more than San Francisco County. You have a large veteran population. With all this said, I thank you once again for honoring our Vietnam veterans, and by association, all veterans residing within your county. Supervisor Rodefer, I want to personally thank you for your service to our country, for providing myself, my family, and my community the freedoms we so enjoy daily and most often take for granted. And in closing, Supervisor Hanvelt, I want you to know your brother will always be honored for his service, and please know he will never be forgotten. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to run over the oral communication time. I need consensus to extend it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Will Reich with the Elks Lodge, and all I wanted to say was that the Elks Lodge has monies available through the Grand Lodge that takes an application to fill out for community projects. I'm asking the supervisors if they have any particular project. We do not get it because we do not fill it out. We get the grants for the veterans. We get the grants for within our lodge for the students, but we have a $10,000 grant that lies there that could be used every year repeatedly if we have a project. It's no more than $10,000 a year. But I need to know, if you have anything, you could send to the Elks Lodge, 100 Elk Drive, any little projects you have, such as a park bench, such as a park, such as even cutting your trees down or trimming them, for improvement in community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Dyer. I'm here today representing Tuolumne Heritage Publications. And we have some gifts for you. This is another example of Carlo Di Ferrari's work and his knowledge of our county. If you open the book up and about 5 pages in, there's a publisher's preface, and I'd like to read that. The title of the book is Marble, Historic Columbia's Gray Gold. It's the second book of Tuolumne Heritage Publications, has been released in cooperation with Carlo Di Ferrari, its author. The book originated as a monograph with the title Historic Background Report of Limestone Quarries Operated by Blue Mountain Minerals. Mr. Di Ferrari, Tuolumne County's official historian, completed this project in August of 1997 for Blue Mountain Minerals as part of the company's application to expand its operations on its property. Blue Mountain Minerals has generously underwritten part of the cost of this publication. The first edition is 500 copies. A portion of these net proceeds from the sale of the marble will be donated to the county, to the Carlo Di Ferrari Archive for repair and preservation of many fragile and valuable records located there. Tuolumne Heritage Publications has expanded Mr. Di Ferrari's original narrative to include many previous unpublished photographs of marble quarries, buildings, employees, and operations, as well as other illustrations to help tell the story of this important part of Tuolumne County history. A fitting postscript in the story of Blue Mountain Minerals has some photographs which illustrates 21st century limestone mining methods contributed by Kerry Hagley, the company's vice president and geologist. Otherwise, with minor editing, marble is exactly as Carlo wrote it. In preparing this book for print, the Heritage Publication Group especially is grateful for Charles Dyer, Archives and Records Manager of the Di Ferrari Archive, D. Bowman, a longtime volunteer whose considerable computer skills transformed Carlo's originally typewritten manuscript into the electronic format. To me, this project was a real collaborative effort between Blue Mountain Minerals, the Archive, and Heritage Publications that expands on our cultural heritage economics in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Next.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Carrie Hoy with Blue Mountain Minerals. And I just wanted to say that Jeff Rodowdy, our CEO, couldn't be here, but he really, really wanted to be. We were so delighted to be with the opportunity to partner in the production of this book. We think this is a great project, and it turned out really well. We were so pleased with it that we presented one to every one of our employees, and we all learned something new from the reading of the book. A few companies anymore have a history dating back to the beginning of the gold rush, 150 years, but we do. And I guess we're a part of the living history here, so I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luis Morado, and I work with CAL FIRE out of the Tuolumne Calaveras unit here. I'm the MDA coordinator. I'm here this morning to inform you that we're going to be doing a Fill the Boot on Friday, May 8th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Junction Shopping Center intersection on Mono Way. And to give you a little background, TCU has been involved with MDA since 2008, and we have currently raised over $60,000 since then. MDA helps supports 35 families in the Tuolumne and the Calaveras unit, and the money we raise helps local children attend summer camp, which is held locally in Groveland each year, and contributes towards a full spectrum of research towards combating the neuromuscular diseases.
Thank
For
you.
your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanville.
Thank you, sir. I'd go down there, except it's a little tough these days. Last chance. Last chance this spring. The Columbia College Community Chorus will be presenting their spring concert, which will send you off dancing and singing and set the tone for your spring. And they're producing their show this weekend. There's a poster up there on the wall. It's Saturday at 7:30, and Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock at St. Matthew Lutheran Church under the direction of Dr. Darrell Hollinger. These people know how to sing, and they'll make you feel good. Don't miss it. And I'm taking names, members of the board.
All right, thank you. Any more oral communication? Anybody else like to speak? Seeing no one, I'll ask the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held at March 17th and April 2nd, 2015, declaring various equipment as not required for public use and surplus and authorizing the deputy purchasing agent to dispose of the property through one-day sale on May 2nd, 2015 at the Sheriff's Boat Patrol Yard located at 10915 North Airport Road in Columbia. Resolution determining that the total mileage for the Tuolumne County Maintenance Road System is 610,331 miles as of December 31st, 2014. Authorizing the county's participation in the state surplus property program, discharge of accountabilities for 321 accounts totaling $343,056.18 assigned to the Office of Revenue Recovery in accordance with Government Code Section 25259. Resolution authorizing the renewal of an investment authority to the Treasurer Tax Collector and approving amendments to the Tuolumne County Statement of Investment Policy. Reappointing Deborah Bryant to the First 5 Tuolumne County Commission, reappointment of Beetle Barber and Allison Daniels to the Tuolumne County Housing Loan Committee Review Committee, and appointment of Don Marinovich to the Historic Preservation Review Commission.
Thank you. Does the board have any items that they wish to pull from the consent calendar? Seeing none, any public comment on the consent calendar? I'll bring it back to the, we do have some public comment. I guess she's sort of public, I don't know.
Debbie Batista, County Deputy Purchasing Agent. Just want to invite everybody to come out on May 2nd, because even if nothing else, for the entertainment of watching me try to sell vehicles that I know nothing about. But we're going to have a lot of vehicles in this particular auction. I believe that there are 6 to 8 vehicles from TUD, because we also partner up with TUD and help them. We're going to have 3 different vehicles from Tuolumne Sanitation District, plus all of our vehicles, including some ambulances and sheriff cars and other vehicles. And then there's also going to be some equipment. So if this is some of the interesting things that you would like to do, or that you have a business that you want to get some vehicles fairly inexpensively, come out on May 2nd, and I'll see you at the sheriff's yard.
We could start our own city, couldn't we?
You know, we're just really lucky I'm old and I don't need to update my resume, because my resume would be really weird. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, any
But
other
fitting.
public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to board for a motion.
Move on approval.
First and second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item 10.
Consideration of approving certificates of recognition for Sonora Lions Club, Sonora Rotary Club, for all of their hard work on the refurbishment of the Roca Park gazebo.
All right, I'm going to ask Supervisor Rotifer to make this presentation. All of that hard work that got done is in his district, so he's going to go up there and...
Approve them first.
I'll move approval of the...
Oh, all right, so we're going to take these down and give them to you
I'll
guys
second.
at lunch. That's
I'm going to
good.
present them now.
Okay.
But hold it, we need to approve them. I move approval.
All right, we're going to, any public comment on this item? Please come forward.
Got to vote yet.
I'm Jim Gormley, the chairman of the Roca Park project for the Sonora Lions Club. And just the public should know that this was a tremendous project. The spirit of the community helped make this happen. And the citizens of Tuolumne County now have a brand new gazebo, and it costs them $4,000. Through the work of the Lions Club, the Rotary Club, and community volunteers and local businesses that contributed. Thank you.
That's a great bargain. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion to...
I moved.
He moved, and we got a second, Mr. Rotifer. Call for the vote. All those in favor to approve the recognitions?
Aye.
Aye.
Got it.
If I could have the appropriate representative from the Rotary and the Lions come up, please.
Do it here than down there.
Okay. For those of you that don't know, we are going to have a formal ribbon cutting down at the gazebo over what would normally be our lunch hour, and there will be some light refreshments served as well. So please come out. It starts about 12:15 at the gazebo in Roca Park in Jamestown. I will keep most of my comments for the formal ceremony down there, but this really has been a truly incredible effort that saved the county tens of thousands of dollars, and it involved a lot. Well, all of the labor was, in essence, volunteered. Much, if not all, of the materials were donated, and it was just an incredible community effort. So both of the certificates of recognition read the same. In recognition of the Sonora Lions Club and the Sonora Rotary for their dedication and community spirit on the restoration of the gazebo in Roca Park, on behalf of the citizens of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the hours of hard work and community collaboration to restore this beautiful asset of Tuolumne County for the enjoyment of all. And this is just one more step on a road that we're still traveling down, making Jamestown a really wonderful community to live and work in. So thank you both and your organizations, and to the Lions Club, thank you, and to the Rotary.
He giveth and he taketh away. What is this?
You guys will get it back.
I want to thank you all very much. It truly was an exercise in collaboration with the Lions Club and our Rotary Club. I must state one thing. Our club is certified demolition crew, and we're also certified to work in the rain. Because of the one day that it rained, we were out there demolishing the gazebo so we could do all the restoration work to it. A special thanks to Jim Gormley. Jim spearheaded this, and he did such a great job of getting all those individuals and entities together. The in-kind donations from just a whole host of people was just absolutely incredible. And this is truly a remarkable effort, and the result of it is a brand-new gazebo in downtown Roca Park in Jamestown, and it is ground zero. This is a transformational summer for Jamestown, so just be on the lookout for a lot of things happening. It's our little piece of economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. And we'll see you a little after lunch, I think. Clerk, please read the next item.
Item number 11, consideration of adopting a resolution allowing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to accept state responsibility area fire prevention grant funds in the amount of $84,000 and allow the county administrator to sign any subsequent documents pertaining to this grant.
Members of the board, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. I'm here today to ask you guys to consider the adoption of a resolution allowing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to accept $84,000 from the state for roadside brushing. The state requires a resolution. We came to you 2 weeks ago as a consent calendar item. However, the state didn't like that and requires an actual board resolution. So due to time constraints, we couldn't get it as a resolution 2 weeks ago. So got it on the consent calendar. Like I said, they didn't accept that, so they want a resolution. So here we are today.
So you're at risk of us changing our minds. Probably.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, any board questions on this? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I move on the staff recommendation.
First and second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 12.
Consideration of adopting resolutions, there's 4 of them, amending the 2013 through 15 Memorandum of Understanding for the Tuolumne County Employees OE3, the Health Care Attorneys Unit, and 2013 through 2015 Compensation Plan for the Executive Confidential Units to increase salaries by 2%.
Ms. Fran.
Good morning. Ann Fremd, Human Resources Risk Manager. Before you is the first in a series of items for extending labor contracts. Your board approved a contract with Coffin Associates to do a class and comp study that will be with the intent of using it in negotiations for the successor MOUs. The class and comp won't be done till July-ish timeframe. So as a result, we were looking for an extension of current existing MOUs, and your board authorized me to complete labor negotiations with the units. These 4 units, the Attorney's Unit, Healthcare, Tuolumne County Employees OE3, and the Executive Confidential Unit, have all been in agreement. They will receive a 2% salary adjustment, the pay period that includes July 1st, and have agreed to extend the contracts until December 31st, 2015, which will allow us time to deal with the class and comp and then to complete labor negotiations. So it's recommended that your board adopt the resolutions and approve the amended contracts for these 4 labor units.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Virgil McVicker. I live in east of Groveland on a small ranch. I didn't come here to speak on this particular issue, but one thing that did come to my attention, and I'm sure that the board needs to consider this, being a faithful servant of the government for many years and living on Social Security for the last 20, is interesting to me that there's no fact base talking about the 2% raise. The fact base should be based upon what is happening in the economy, but also what is happening in government. For example, I believe Social Security is not going up 2% this year, nor did it go up 2% last year. And I would like for you to consider that and maybe consider the application of how those funds would be used. For example, a physician might be in a position of being underpaid in his peer group, and 2% is appropriate. But is it also appropriate for an individual who works as a common laborer in one of the units? I'm not quite sure, and I think you need to ask your administrator, Mr. Pedro, to provide you and the public with this type of analysis before you make a decision to just carte blanche give everybody a 2% raise, including yourselves. So thank you very much, and I'll be back for item 24.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. The county has not actually given a cost of living adjustment since June of 2008. This is really the first true COLA employees have received since then. We did do a 7% salary adjustment, but there was an offsetting PERS contribution given by employees a couple of years ago to get that. Additionally, we have comparison counties. We have done salary survey studies to come up with information that we've provided to the board that shows most of our comparison counties are paying at least between 12 and 20% more for most classifications than the county is currently paying. So the 2% moves us towards the right direction for the comparison counties. Certainly does not bring us up to market with what the other counties are doing. I also recently attended a conference for HR directors in the state, and I do know that neighboring counties are giving around 11% adjustments over the next 3 years. So there is data out there that we have actually studied.
Yes, thank you. And the board has received considerable data on the subjects, just so we're not going into this really blind. We've had a lot of information. Okay, any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for items. We're going to do all three. A motion for all three of them?
Well,
all four. Okay.
I think we should take the item related to ourselves separately.
That's not included.
We're not there yet.
We're not there.
Oh, you're not doing multiple items, just
We're just doing
No,
12,
doing 12.
13.
oh,
No, we're doing
We're just going to do 12? Okay, let's get it clear. On 12.
okay.
I move on staff recommendation, item 12.
I'll second, and I just want to say I'm looking at U.S. inflation statistics here since 2008. Let's see. So 2009 was 2.7%, 2010 was 1.5, 2011 was 3%, 2012 was 1.7, 2013 was 1.5, and 2014 was 0.8. So over 9 years, our employees haven't received any kind of a COLA. They've done a lot in the form of concessions regarding different benefits, and that's really what the board's strategy has been. I want to lay that out for the public's benefit. If you compare us to other counties, in a lot of cases our benefits were heavy, but our salaries were light. That makes it hard to recruit and retain good employees. So this is a step towards that. It's also in looking at our forecast for the next couple of years, there is some positive trends, and this is a gesture towards our employees for all the hard work and all the tough times they've endured since 2008. So I think 2% is reasonable, and happy to second that.
All right. We have a first and a second. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 13.
Consideration of adopting a resolution amending the 2013-2015 compensation plan for the physicians unit to increase salaries by 2% and make changes related to the healthcare officer.
Ms. Pham.
okay. For the physicians unit, that organization also has agreed to the 2% salary adjustment with the agreement to extend the contract until December 31st, 2015. In October, the position of health officer was removed from the executive confidential unit, and it was placed in the physician's compensation plan. That in the physician's compensation plan, doctors, physicians are entitled to on-call pay. The public health officer is actually not entitled to on-call pay because that is a part of that job. You are on call and need to be available when contacted. So we have created language that this unit's agreed to specifically exclude the health officer from on-call pay. Additionally, after I submitted the resolution to the board, I noticed a typo in the ranges. When the position was in the executive confidential unit, there was a 4% longevity management leave conversion applied to the ranges. When this position came out of the executive confidential unit, that 4% needed to go away, and unfortunately I didn't do the math properly and forgot to subtract that. So the correct unit ranges that should be on that for the public health officer are actually range 624 and 628, not 632 and 636. I did send out an amended document to everyone, but I wanted to make that public statement. So it's recommended your board approve the attached amendment for the physician's compensation plan and adopt the resolution acknowledging agreement between the parties.
Thank you. Any public comments? Board questions? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item.
Number 14, Consideration of adopting a resolution amending the 2013-15 Memorandum of Understanding for the Deputy Sheriff's Association to increase salaries by 2% and make changes related to the overtime, probationary period, and new hires.
Ms. Friend.
Okay, the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the county also met. That unit also agreed to the 2% salary adjustment with the extension of the contract until December. Additionally, there was other language issues that were challenging for management of the department, as well as for fairness for hiring and placing its probationary employees and such. So we've also modified overtime language that allows the sheriff flexibility for creating alternative schedules for public safety, because there are allowances by the IRS code that allows them to work different hours that don't incur overtime. And also clarifying that any mandated or forced overtime that's approved by the department head or designee is compensable at time and a half, regardless of any leave taken during that time period. Probationary language has been updated to state that you're on probation upon your date of hire in whatever classification you're in, and if you are promoted to a new classification, for example, going from Deputy Sheriff Recruit to Deputy Sheriff 1, a new probationary period starts, and that also helps with fairness for bringing in laterals and people that are actually qualified to be a sheriff without having to go through a training program. Additionally, current language in the MOUs allows employees that don't successfully complete a probationary period to bump back to a previously held class. That works fine, except you can't bump back to a Deputy Sheriff Recruit. That is only for the time period while you're at the academy, so you can't bump back to that position. And we've also clarified that new employees who have not completed basic post-academy, they are hired as an A-step Deputy Sheriff Recruit, and they will be promoted to a Deputy Sheriff upon completion of the academy, but they will still be required to complete their probationary, one-year probationary period. Employees hired that have completed post are going to be hired as a Deputy Sheriff. They used to be hired as a recruit. They will now be hired as a Deputy Sheriff because they meet the MQs. That does not mean they may not also have a field training period, but they will now be a Deputy Sheriff, and steps determined based upon their experience. And if we currently are sponsoring employees to post, we actually did an internal recruitment to bring county employees into the Sheriff's Department, which caused kind of a nightmare with figuring out ranges and steps. So we have clarified the language to state that a current county employee that is afforded the opportunity to be sponsored to post, they're going to be hired as a Deputy Sheriff Recruit, and we will endeavor to keep their base salary range as close to their current as possible, but in no way can it exceed the top step of a Deputy Sheriff Recruit. So those are all of the changes made to the Deputy Sheriff's Association. So staff is recommending you approve that amendment that summarizes all of that, as well as the resolution acknowledging agreement between all parties.
Any board questions for staff?
I just assume that since the sheriff is not commenting that he's in agreement with these. Thank you.
Okay, any other board questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. Our motion, excuse
I'll
me.
move approval of staff recommendation.
Second.
The first and second. Now we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Number 15 is consideration of adopting a resolution amending the 2013 through 15 Memorandum of Understanding for the Management Association to increase salaries by 2% and make changes related to the health club membership.
Okay, management unit and the county have also met. They are in agreement with the 2% salary adjustment, extending the contract through the end of December. We also had been served a grievance by the management unit on their health club membership portion of their memorandum of understanding. The county currently pays 80% of a single rate membership to county recognized health clubs. That is where the rub was they wanted more clubs, and we didn't want to increase our costs because some of the clubs being requested were a lot more expensive than the clubs that we currently had. So we did agree to expand the ability to have more than the 3 health clubs that the county currently had. However, we put a dollar cap on the 80%. It says 80% to a max of $60, which is currently what the county pays. So it gives gives more opportunity for the members of the management unit to participate in fitness activities without costing the county additional funds. So staff is recommending approval of this amendment and as well as adoption of the resolution.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Bring it back for a motion.
I move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item.
Number 16, consideration of adopting a resolution increasing elected official salaries by 2%.
Okay, the elected officials, the positions of assessor recorder, clerk, auditor controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, and sheriff coroner are listed in the executive confidential compensation plan. However, they're non-voting members. So they were not included in the amendment to the contract for executive confidential because they needed to be handled as a separate issue. The 2% was applied to all county employees, which means everyone that they supervise received 2%. So we are recommending the 2% also be applied to the elected officials to keep parity in the pay as established. So the staff is recommending your board approve the resolution adjusting the elected officials' salaries pursuant to Section 2.52.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any public comment?
As we go through this, one of the things of the elements that's missing is we got a raise for everybody. We got a raise for associations. I don't know what associations do or memberships, but more than that is, what is the total cost to this county for all these raises? And does this include this? I don't know how many people in this county are considered government employees. Is it 40% or 80% of the county? Because nationally it's like 52%. Is our county equal to the nation in government employees? So that means, let's say there's 30,000 people. 16,000 are getting a raise. The other people are working for $15 or $16 an hour. We have no idea because, as far as I'm concerned, as a spectator, this is incomplete. We don't know what the total value is. We don't know if this is going to cause a tax increase. We don't know if we got surplus money or what. There's a lot of questions, folks.
Okay, I'll start off saying that it affects about a little over 600 people total, this particular thing. And
600 employees.
600 employees.
Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
And you want to go ahead and see if you can answer some of those questions? Go ahead.
I was going to have her explain the bargaining process because I don't think people understand. We've had multiple meetings on this in the past. The board already has. So if we're not asking questions, it's because we've already talked about this. We've got presentations with spreadsheets about what the costs are and all those types of things. So there's been a lot of consideration, but this is like the final step authorizing it. But if you can just go in a little more detail maybe about some of those things.
About the bargaining process?
Okay, explain
the
the different, yeah, because he's asking about associations. He didn't know what
Right,
associations
okay,
are.
so-
So we have unions that we bargain with.
Right,
It's complicated. It's
yeah,
very regulated.
The county is divided into multiple bargaining units, and each unit either has representatives that are attorneys, that negotiate on their behalf, or it's county employees that negotiate on behalf of a group of employees assigned to them. So each one of these units I'm talking to,
Those are unions,
yeah,
each union.
So the Attorneys Association, and there are laws that allow public employees to be represented in bargaining units and to negotiate and meet and confer over their wages, terms and conditions of employment, including benefits. So whenever the county wants to change anything with county employees, be it a takeaway, which is what we've been doing for the last since 2008, or to give, we actually have to meet, sit down, talk about it. Their groups have to vote, so the employees actually have to vote on what changes we would like, we're pursuing, we'd like to ask for, as well as they can come forward and ask for changes to be made, which is like the language in the Deputy Sheriff's Association. It was an issue that the unit was having, so while we were doing all this, we take into consideration what the county can and cannot afford, what the county can and cannot do, the history of what's been happening to employees, looking at our comparison counties and trying to figure out how, because we have to be able to retain qualified staff, and we have to be able to attract qualified staff. So establishing a base salary with benefits is essential in that process, and that's what each bargaining unit does for their members.
John, can I add one other thing?
Yes.
And I just really want to emphasize that Tuolumne County is economically in a much better position than a number of our neighboring counties. And one of the largest reasons for that is the concessions that our employees made to keep us whole. And so this is just a small step in trying to restore a lot of the concessions that they made, going back to, as Ann said, to 2008, which, again, I give our employees a huge share of the credit for keeping Tuolumne County fiscally solvent.
Good point. Ann?
So the cost is around $800,000 for the 2 years, for the 2%.
For the 2%.
Total. And that's spread between general fund, health fund, there's...
all the funds,
right.
Yeah. About probably 47% of that, Debbie's not here, is general fund. So about half of that's general fund. Everything else is through the public health fund, the
Pass-through
Human
money.
Service Agency, the behavioral health.
Right.
It's money that we receive and we pass it through.
Pass through to pay staff and to perform those duties on
And we can't use it for anything else other than
those,
what it's designated for. Okay.
And this is already being included in our budget projections.
Yes.
Yeah, this is in the multi-year budget projection as well, not just in this 1 year, but we're projecting this out 5 years in the future to make sure we're fiscally solvent.
And we have our normal contingencies, and
yes,
we're in the black. Everything's
yes,
good as we saw before.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the next item? This is a first reading.
Yep. First reading of an ordinance amending Section 2.50.010 the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase the salaries of the members of the Board of Supervisors by 2%.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I would like to pull this indefinitely.
If I can get consensus from the board.
He's proposing to pull the item. I would agree, and I wanted to make just a quick comment to explain that if you get everybody's agreement.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This, as an elected official responsible for setting the salary of yourself, it's a difficult position to be in, and I don't think any of us think 2% is worth the headache that it causes. You get put on the spot. I think the supervisors in our county are compensated at a much lesser rate than a lot of our surrounding counties, even smaller counties like Amador and so forth. And I'm happy to do that. We're not in this for money. And I think that, like I said, it's a difficult position. There's other counties that base the salary relative to some other external position, so you're not put in this position. Personally, I'd like to see something like that, so we never have to be asked this question. And, you know, I just want to say that each one of the board members sitting up here, I think, are I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and as you have to go and campaign again, I'm glad that we're pulling this, because I don't want you being subject to the mud that gets thrown at you for giving yourself an extra $30 a month or whatever it is. So with that, I'm happy to pull it.
Okay, so we have Supervisor Hamel. Did you have something else you want to say?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Supervisor Royce just said, and I agree that we should pull this. This doesn't solve the problem for we think, but I'd like to add to what Royce said, and that is, I don't care about me. That's not important. But what I do care about is the future of this county in attracting qualified people to hold these positions, and the salary that we currently have does not. It takes an altruistic person that has another source of income to take this job and do it at the level it needs to be done. So this doesn't solve the problem. It's just a little Band-Aid, and I don't like voting myself a salary. So I agree with pulling this indefinitely.
Okay, I just want to add, you know, this job years ago, I think, when it was set up, it was, and these salaries were set up, it was set up pretty much as a part-time job, and I'm going to tell you, I can't do this part-time. I mean, it's a full-time job. So what Supervisor Hanvelt has said is important to realize. You know, think about it, maybe if you paid a little bit more money, you wouldn't get so many buffoons up here like us, you know, taking on this
Speak
task.
for yourself, John Olden.
But it's a difficult job, and as Supervisor Royce mentioned, you know, we county-wise, we're on the lower end of the spectrum. I'm not complaining, you know. It's just the way it is. So, as it stands right now, we will pull this and address it at a later date. Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Number 18, consideration of approving correspondence to the United States Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency concerning amendments to the Biomass Crop Assistance Program regulations.
Mr. Richardson.
Good morning. Excuse me. I'm Daniel Richardson, the Deputy County Administrator. Before you is last year your board commented on the Biomass Crop Assistance Program rules, and we have an opportunity to comment as they are proposing new regulations, amended regulations that will allow us possibly to remove biomass from the rimfire area, amongst other things. This is part of the 2014 Farm Bill. This has been reviewed by our Natural Resources Committee. This impacts not only healthy forest, also air pollution. If the rimfire biomass material is not removed, it will obviously need to be burned, or it will just sit there and be ripe for another potential catastrophic fire. So we do have a letter for your consideration. We have some recommendations proposing to allow additional time for applications to receive this money. We also want to make sure that we'd like to have specific money set aside for the rimfire, so that we have an actual allocation of, say, $2 to $3 million that would be only available to rimfire applicants. So we have a letter that's for your consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, any questions to Mr. Richardson? Comment?
I'd like to comment if I could, please.
Please.
And we have an expert in the audience here. I'd like him to comment if he would. But last year they had this program and it effectively did nothing because the program happened so late in the game that it was impossible to, if you will, apply, get the money, and implement the program in the time allotted. It was an administrative disaster and a waste of time. I don't want to see that happen. This is an important program, And I think there are millions of tons, and I think that can be verified, bone-dry tons, I think is the right term, of biomass out there. If it's left to its own, it just decays, produces greenhouse gases, provides fuel for another fire. I mean, it's insane to leave it there. If you can collect it, chip it, and get it into a biomass plant, I believe the number is something like 98% reduction in criteria pollutants. This is a no-brainer. Why are we sitting around taking all this time? So I think it's important that we comment about this. Our letter says we're unhappy. I'm unhappy, and I'm disappointed that this program hasn't had some priority and some real impetus. And Rimfire needs it, but there are other places in California that need it too. King Fire, the Siskiyou fires, all of the major fires, and we're going to have this happen year after year. And until we get to doing the right things in our biomass programs as a supplement to forestry and fire recovery, we're just going to exacerbate the problem. So it's really important that we stand up and take a strong position on this.
Any other board comment?
I would just follow up with that. And again, we do have the expert in the audience who can clarify some of the points. But I believe last year, I don't know how many millions of tons the Forest Service approved for removal, but because of the timing, they actually just continued to be on the landscape. And when you're out there, the enormity of these piles, they're literally the size of buildings. And the reality that there will be the opportunity to actually burn them with the air quality restrictions is negligible. It's unlikely that it will happen. And so the concern that we're going to leave this biomass out there as fuel for the next fire will just amplify it, and we'll have rimfire will look like a moderate fire compared to what we will have if we don't get some of these biofuels off the landscape. And USDA has got to get the timetables in order so that we can effectively remove this material from the forest. And the reality is we can't even start a lot of the restoration work that needs to take place until we remove some of this massive quantity of dead material from the forest. So I really would encourage us to support this and continue to stay on top of USDA to make sure that, and our other elected officials, to ensure that they correct some of these timing issues.
Okay. Any other board members? I just want to add, now that the forest is open, it allows the public to go out there and drive around and see all of these huge piles that Sherry is talking about. It just makes so much more sense to chip that and use it for generating electricity than it is to let it burn up or rot there in the forest. So I'm certainly in favor of us sending this letter. Now I'll ask for public comment.
Good morning, supervisors. Chris Trott, CT Bioenergy Consulting. Is there someone else you were referring to as the expert out here? No, I'm the expert? Okay. Well, I just really appreciate the board's continued support on this important biomass crop assistance program. $23 million set aside for taking material that would not otherwise be utilized and turning it into renewable energy. 50% of that, up to 50% of that, can be used for transportation costs to get this stuff out of the woods to a bioenergy plant. It is a no-brainer for the rimfire. It really is. But not one dime has been spent on the rimfire yet because of problems last year and potential problems this year, actually, with the timing issue. Because of these changes, this letter is just a comment on a modification of the existing regulations for the program. The comment period closes the end of this month. There's another 30 days for them to respond. Then they put out an offer for power plants who want to be qualified facilities to receive this material. So it looks like right now the soonest that any operator can apply for this money for this fiscal year, which started October 1st last year, by the way, and none of it has been spent, is probably mid-July. And the money all has to be spent according to this regulation by the end of September. So it just doesn't give very much time for anything to happen. So someday this is going to be used for the rimfire, and hopefully they'll listen to your letter this time and follow through.
Just a question. Does the money have to be spent or obligated by the end of September?
It says spent, but other FSA programs, from my understanding, if it's obligated by then it can be spent.
So as long as it's on contract, it doesn't have to actually, the check doesn't have to be written, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
John, another quick point. Chris, did I hear you say that? So if you were a plant that was approved last year, you have to reapply for that this year also?
Every year. That's correct. And by the way, the power plants that apply to be qualified facilities under this program can receive no benefit in any way whatsoever, nothing monetary, not cheaper fuel, not anything like that, have to continue to pay the same price for the same fuel to everyone, whether they get this BCAP money or not, under penalty of the law, actually.
So it's not really a subsidy. It's just to get the material out of there.
It subsidizes the transportation.
Just transportation.
That's all it's for. Yep. So.
And how much do you're an expert, so tell us, how much material is out on rimfire that is accessible? Order of magnitude.
Well, you know, there's quite a few in piles, quite a bit of material in piles out there right now. I would say, you know, probably in the order of 200,000 bone dry tons in piles. But now, as time moves on with these salvage sales, more and more standing biomass is being left out in the woods that's going to have to be removed before the Forest Service can reforest it. So your 2 million bone dry tons is probably, it's probably an underestimate, honestly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Daniel.
I did pass out a revised letter just with a few wording changes from Supervisor Hanvelt and Chris Trott, who just spoke with us, just adding a couple of words here or there. How many bone dry tons of materials out there? We did put 2 million, and adding the word disappointed. Not only unhappy, but we're disappointed in what they've done so far. So.
Okay. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion to approve sending the letter.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the correspondence and make sure that we copy the appropriate legislative representatives.
Right. We have a first and a second. Bring it back for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item. (19)
20.
20.
Oh, actually 19, sorry.
19?
Consideration of approving correspondence to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife concerning the draft California Deer Conservation and Management Plan.
Thank you. Who's going to do this? Daniel?
I've got this one as well, yes.
All right.
So for the first time since 1976, the state is putting together a draft, right now a draft, California Deer Conservation and Management Plan. So the goal here is to conserve the state's deer populations as well as its habitat. And I provided a lengthy plan that they're going to use to do their study. So a long time coming, and so they're right now receiving comments on their draft plan. Once again, we did discuss this at our Natural Resources Committee, that this was happening, but we didn't have the plan until recently, so I relied on, once again, we have our experts in the audience, our Jim, Maddox, and Phelan, and they provided me with some help in drafting this letter. There is a distinction in this letter between the resident deers and those that migrate. Those two different populations of deer need to be treated differently. And so we make that point in the letter specifically for Tuolumne County. Also, we feel that there's some overreach in this plan and how they want to manage county deer populations as opposed to just the state's deer population, which are two distinct things. The counties needs to be more specific to its types of populations. Some are struggling more than others. So we have a letter, and once again, we have our experts here to provide you with additional comments.
Okay, any questions from the board? Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, I think this is a really important thing. I find the state, and I'll yield to my expert friends to give us more detail, but the state typically does a one-size-fits-all plan, and as you know, we had rimfire out there, and there's a migratory herd out there that was decimated, and that herd on the Jawbone Ridge, particular, was in decline and has been in decline for a number of years, and the fire decimated. There's a question in my mind, with talking to the Fish and Wildlife people, whether in fact that herd is viable. So that causes me concern about the one-size-fits-all. The other one that causes me concern is county deer versus state deer. I don't know any deer that know where the county line is, and I don't know that they respect those things, and I don't know that that's true of state deer that may respect the state lines even. But I mean, I just think that we need to deal with the problems, the real problems, and not this generic thing. But I'd like to hear from our wildlife biologist who can tell us some more.
Any other board comment? I live in a well-populated deer area, and I spend a lot of time out in the forest hunting in areas that are unpopulated. So the one-size-fit-all certainly isn't something that will work. Any other board comment? I'll ask for public comment. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear, hopefully from some of the experts, since I didn't have an opportunity to hear this in the Natural Resources Committee, how this plays with the vast tracts of federal lands, and how we're going to interact with our federal partners in terms of managing these deer herds. Because it seems to me that a lot of these Bambis spend a lot of their time in lands that we don't necessarily control.
John?
Sherry.
Supervisor Ray. Yeah, I'm hoping also that our experts will address, when I read this plan and it talks about the biggest stressor on deer populations has been the decline in quality and loss of conversion of deer habitat, and talking specifically to population growth. And I just really believe that is an oversimplification of what the issues are. And in reading this plan, saw no discussion about the major conversion of habitat from these megafires, and also the loss of deer population from our protection of predator species, and i.e. the bear and the mountain lion. And so I'm hoping there will be some discussion about incorporating all of the factors that are part of the declining deer population.
Right. Any other board comment? Public comment.
Members of the board, I am Jim Maddox. First of all, I want to thank you all for being interested and taking an interest in this. I think it's very laudable that our Board of Supervisors is concerned about the deer populations. I think probably what Sherry's saying, we could add a paragraph regarding mortality issues, and our department people have been doing a lot of work out in the rim fire, as you all know, because you participated and tracking pretty much what's left of our deer out there on Jawbone. I had one paragraph that I'd like to suggest that be added to our letter to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I would suggest it go right at the end, just before the salutatory close, if you want to call it that, where it says the Board of Supervisors looks forward to prompt and thorough response to these comments, I'd suggest this sentence, or your man Daniel there is awfully good at wordsmithing. If it doesn't sound exactly in tune with the rest of the letter, it could be massaged a little bit. But to the effect, Tuolumne County is uncertain if it should support the plan as proposed due to the potential for significant impact to the county, its public users, and to its deer resource. We are also uncertain how this plan will be implemented. Development of DCUs could have, and that's the deer conservation units, could have an impact at the county level, and therefore we would like to be involved in the development of any plan that impacts Tuolumne County's deer. Now here we are with Tuolumne County's deer. The deer don't know any different, but maybe it will be by the time we're done.
Just say our local deer population instead of Tuolumne County deer.
I have a copy of that sentence that we can pass out to the board. And to Mr. Wordsmith here, too.
Okay, are we agreed on changes there? Okay, so I think what we'll do is ask for any more public comment. Did you have anything else you wanted to
No,
add?
I just would be happy to help Daniel in crafting an additional sentence if that's
Okay.
what your wishes are. Thank you.
Mr. Phelan.
Yes, Jim Phelan. The only thing I'd like to add, and I got to thinking about it after I sent Daniel an email, was we actually have 3 different populations in Tuolumne County. The migratory, which is in dire distress. We've got a local population, like out at your ranch, John, they're not doing all that good, or at least the private areas that I've been able to hunt here recently. And then you got your welfare deer.
So the subdivision
The
deer.
subdivision deer that are doing extremely well. And they really hurt the other deer populations because the perception that deer are in dire need of help is negated by the fact, well, I got up this morning and I had 4 in my front yard. And there's a lot of that goes around. I think this is something, I'm sorry, Daniel, I didn't think of it before, but that's the main thing. I think we need to get that included. There were some other points about, and Sherry brought it up about the predators. I saw about the population of California being a major impact, but there was no mention anything about predators other than the fact that some people like them to be prey for other animals, and they think that's how they tie in, and they do. I just went blank.
It's okay. I think we have enough information that we can work some of those items in. And go ahead, Carl. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I really want to. I want to emphasize. I think we should emphasize the predator issue. There's been a lot of political decisions that have been made that whether it's hunting bears with dogs or whatever, or relocating mountain lions that are in populated areas to places like Tuolumne County that are less populated. Going back to the welfare deer discussion, I really like that term. I'm going to use it again if I have your permission. But it does have more impact on human populations than just the fact that you got 4 deer in your front yard. If you got 4 deer in your front yard and there's no deer up on Jawbone Ridge, guess where the mountain lion's going to be? And as the deer get closer and closer to heavily habited areas, so will the mountain lions. So I really do think that we need to talk about the predator issue. It has huge potential human impacts. Thanks.
All right. Any other board comment? I'll bring it back for action and a motion. I'm going to ask Mr. Richardson if he thinks he can do that and bring it back after lunch.
If Mr. Pedro were here, I could say I could bring it back after lunch, but he's not. So by the end of the meeting, I could do it.
Okay, that would be
I
fine.
want to say, if not, I would be, with the assistance of our experts and if Ms. Brennan were satisfied.
Well,
I'd be
if
happy.
you will allow me to sign the letter, if I think it's okay as your
All right,
chairman.
you're done.
I'll
approve
take,
that, Mr.
I'll
Gray.
take full responsibility.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. We approve you signing the letter.
Okay. All right. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next item, please. Let's see. We have a 10:45 and 11. How long do you think this won't take? Very long, will it? Okay, let's do that, and then we'll take a break at 10:30. Does that sound okay?
Number 12. 20.
Number 20.
Consideration of approving a professional services agreement with Dual Arch International.
Ms. Shanahan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here today with Michelle Ronning, Revenue Recovery Manager. And we're here today to talk about hiring a consultant firm to help with foreclosures. The county operates a number of affordable housing programs, affordable housing loans, small business loans, code enforcement cases, where foreclosure might be needed as a last resort. All of these have real property as collateral, and the loan documents specify that foreclosure is the remedy if there is a case of default. These would be cases where the county has exhausted all other avenues, all other remedies. For example, with housing loans, there are sometimes cases where there are clients who don't comply with the terms of their loan. For example, they don't maintain the property, which is a condition of our lending money to people, or have excessive trash on the property, or somebody passes away, a borrower passes away, and the heirs take the property but don't pay off the loan. These are cases where the county might need these types of services. And these kinds of cases, our department has already sent letters to the borrower asking for compliance. We've then worked with county counsel, who has also sent letters, taken it to our housing loan review committee. And so it would be a very lengthy process where ultimately we weren't able to work with a borrower to resolve the issue. And the county does have a fiduciary responsibility to collect unpaid loans, and also to ensure that borrowers are complying with the terms of their loan. And the foreclosure consultant would be a tool to help us carry out this role. The foreclosure proceedings, they're very technical, and using a firm that has extensive experience will help ensure that the proceedings are carried out correctly and in a timely manner. And these are non-judicial foreclosures, and the cost is very low. The fees for services range for a smaller loan to initiate the process of about $1,000, a larger loan over $50,000 to go through the process might be about $3,000. The fee, would be case by case. And we anticipate that we would actually rarely need the service, maybe 1 or 2 cases a year at most. In the process, Revenue Recovery and County Counsel would coordinate with a consultant, and the goal would always be to compliance rather than foreclosure. And once the proceedings have started, we would be working again with the borrower, and the proceedings would stop if the borrower complies. We don't want to foreclose on property. We want people to comply with the terms of their loan. The county issued an RFP for services, and Dual Arch International was the only firm to respond. And we've reviewed their proposal with county counsel and the county administrator's office, and have determined that it complies with our needs. And we are asking today
that your board approve the contract, which is in your packet, and authorize the chair to sign the contract. And hand in hand with this contract, there's also a resolution in your packet to extend authority to Revenue Recovery to work with these cases. And I'll turn it over now to Michelle Ronning, Revenue Recovery Manager. And I also wanted to point out that Chris Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel, has been working closely with us on this, and he's also in the audience if you have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Michelle Ronning, Revenue Recovery Manager. In your packet is a proposed resolution extending the Office of Revenue Recovery's current authority related to the servicing and collections of loans. ORR currently collects payments for small business, housing, and other program loans. And in March of 1999, your board approved Resolution 3599, which provided ORR authority to institute litigation and foreclosure on defaulted Community Development Block Grant Program loans, exceeding our department's $50,000 authority limit. At the time, these loans were the only funding source. There are now a number of funding sources, and the attached proposed resolution would expand our office's authority to collect on delinquent loan payments and institute litigation and/or foreclosure proceedings on defaulted first-time home buyer and home rehabilitation loans, delinquent code compliance fines and costs, irrespective of the delinquency amount or the funding source. So it's respectively requested that your board adopt this resolution.
Okay, any board questions? Just a clarification. You mentioned that we only have a couple a year that this would affect in most years.
Yes, it would be case by case, and it would be, there aren't a lot of cases right now, but it would be from various departments on an as-needed basis.
All right. Any other board questions? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move approval.
We have a first.
A second.
And a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, 21 won't take very long.
21 won't take very long. All right, let's do 21, and then we'll have a break.
Consideration of establishing an annual fee for the fiscal year 2015 through 2016 to administer and defend Chapter 5.2A Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, control rents in mobile homes in the amount of $15 per mobile home space that is subject to the ordinance.
All right.
Okay, short and sweet. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator for the county. Mr. Chair, members of the board. The county operates mobile home rent control, which limits rents for mobile home residents who are covered by rent control. And as of last year, there were about 727 residents under rent control. The ordinance stipulates that your board adopt the annual fee amount, and it is the fee paid to the county to administer and defend the ordinance. Staff has reviewed the time spent last year and estimated time for this year and concluded that it's about the same as last year, and so we're recommending that the fee stay the same, which is $15. It's split 50-50 between the park owner and the residents, and the 50%, which is $750 for a park resident, is required to be divided over a 12-month period and placed on the rent statement. So about 62 cents a month to the resident.
Okay. Any board questions?
Move approval.
Mr. Richardson, before I ask for public
I
comment.
just want to make mention, I used to manage this program 15 years ago, and the rent amount has not increased. The county cost has not increased more than maybe $2 over that period of time. Very small percentage, so it's being managed efficiently.
All right, good. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move approval.
First and a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll take a break until our 10:45 appointment. appointment. Clerk, please read our 1045.
Presentation on the tree mortality from the bark beetle in Tuolumne County and the summer preparedness update for the upcoming 2015 fire season.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board members. My name is Adam Fries. I'm the unit forester for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE. Just want to give you a brief update on some of the recent tree mortality we've been seeing in the county. California's in the fourth year of drought, resulting in high tree mortality from forest pests. The three primary, most of the mortality we're seeing, although it's in a variety of species, the majority of the mortality is in the ponderosa pine at the lower elevations. The three primary pests that we're seeing activity with is the Ips beetle, which is attacking the trees from the top down, the western pine beetle, which is going after the middle of the stem, and then red turpentine are the ones where we see the big red globs of pitch around the stump. Although those are the three primary pests, the mortality we're seeing from the bark beetles is really a symptom, not so much the problem. The problem is the drought, and then also the ground is carrying a lot more vegetation than it's meant for. So trees are stressed out, they're competing, and they're more susceptible to attack. We took two reconnaissance flights over the unit, one in February 26, 2015, and then recently on April 9th. As a whole, between Tuolumne and Calaveras counties, we saw about 5 to 7% mortality pretty consistently, up to 30% in areas, isolated areas, especially in the south part of the county around Groveland, appears to be getting hit the hardest. So 5 to 7% with isolated areas up to 30%. Some of the things that CAL FIRE is doing, we have photo points documenting the spread. We're working on putting together some mapping flights with some airplanes to get some more accurate mapping of the spread. Developing educational material to get out to the public, and we're actively doing defensible space inspections. We hired 5 seasonal inspectors. They've been working for about 3 weeks now, and they're being real productive. They've been in Calaveras County, but we're going to roll them over to the Tuolumne County site here shortly. Our forest practice inspectors, we have forester in Tuolumne County and one in Calaveras County that are doing forest practice inspections. We're getting lots of exemptions for people turning harvest permits into salvage trees, so they've been busy doing service calls and then making sure the forest practice rules are being followed when people salvage the trees. Slash is being cleaned up in accordance with the rules. We've been updating our tree notes. The tree notes are available online. They provide educational material to the public. They're created by forest entomologists to give real detailed information on these different pests. And we're also getting support from our experts at the region and Sacramento level. They've been able to come up and assist us with specific questions. From a regulatory standpoint, one of the things we're working on is lifting the 10% requirement when salvaging dead and dying trees. Right now, you're exempt from a harvest plan as long as you're salvaging trees and you're less than 10% of the volume. We have another exemption that allows you to harvest within 150 feet of a residence, but oftentimes those two documents don't apply, and it requires a registered professional forester to get a different type of document, which increases the cost to the landowner and makes it less feasible to salvage the trees. So we're working on relaxing that requirement for those situations to allow people to salvage the tree, capture some of the value of that log, and help pay for it to get out of there and the slash be cleaned up. And then we're still concentrating our fuel reduction efforts in strategic areas of the county. Some of the things we're encouraging the public to do is to be vigilant, pay attention to the trees on their property, and watch for signs of attack. Someone said it earlier here in the meeting I was listening to, but once the needles are brown and that crown is completely faded, the beetles have already done the damage and they're long gone. So being vigilant, watching for signs of attack, and dealing with it quickly has a lot of advantages. For one, you're removing brood material that the beetles are going to breed in and then radiate out and attack other areas. It allows the landowners to capture the value of the logs. Once these trees fade, they decompose quickly. The wood loses its integrity, and you really lose options when you're removing that tree. It's a lot safer for everybody if they're dealing with wood that's sound. It has value for one thing, but also it's a lot safer. When you start dealing with rotten trees, it's hard for people to climb them, to top them. You know, a lot of these trees are around houses, and it makes it a lot more hazardous. Also, removing the tree quickly reduces fire danger and other safety hazards. We're encouraging people not to pile green slash or leave logs decked on their property. Removing that material quickly removes brood material that the bark beetles are going to breed in, multiply, and radiate out from there. We're also encouraging the public to create defensible space around their residences. Removing small trees and brush, it'll decrease the likelihood of a fire spreading from the ground into the crowns of the trees, and it's also going to create more growing space for trees that you want to leave on your property. Vegetation's, as you can see, just driving around, vegetation's already stressed from lack of water, so removing vegetation will increase resources for what you want to leave on your property. And then also, encouraging people to take responsibility for their trees that are dying. I get asked a lot if we're going to pay for people to come, if the state's going to pay to remove trees around people's houses, and we're not. So, people need to take responsibility for the trees that are on their property. Some of the challenges that we're facing is tree removal is expensive. So that is a significant cost to landowners to harvest those trees and take them out. And disposal of material can be problematic. One advantage we have in Tuolumne County is we do have milling infrastructure here, the two Sierra Pacific mills and the shavings mill. Where other counties to the south of us, they're seeing significantly more mortality than we are, and they don't have a means of disposing it. In Tuolumne County, we're looking a little better that way. I just have some quick pictures for you. These are some of the pictures. This is Hess Mill is out behind Twainhart. Italian Bar Road, you can see, is the road at the top of the meadow there. So you can see on the left-hand side of the meadow, there's just a few pockets. This is February 26, 2015. And then the same meadow with the white arrows, those are the same pockets. You can look at the surrounding area, and there really was not a significant increase. And we saw that pretty consistently between February and April. There wasn't a significant increase in mortality. This is out Caulfield Road behind Confidence. To the right-hand side of the screen where it's all gray, those are oak trees that haven't leafed out yet. February 26th. You can see on the south-facing slope going into the North Fork Canyon, there's a pretty good pocket of pine that's faded out.
Adam, I'm sorry, can I comment on the oak situation just briefly?
Yes.
If you went back. Because now they have leaved out, and it's like when I look up on Bald Mountain and the ridge here, now you can see actually how many oaks are dying also. And a lot of dead oaks out there also.
Yeah, especially in the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of oaks fading out as well.
Correct.
Same area, you can see the meadow there with snow this time, but same pocket, you can see a little bit more spread. There's a new pocket there on the left-hand side, but still not a significant increase. This is out Ferretti Road. You can see on the property below is a thin stand where they've masticated, and then there's a large pocket above it in an unmanaged area. This is the same area. April 9th. Thank you. Same area, the same pocket, April 9th, and then there's additional pocket up above. We've received paperwork on both of these to salvage these trees, so that this is out Merrill Road. There's the observatory at the very top. You can see there, so there's a pocket there. There's another one there, and also a string of trees fading. And same area, the same pockets there, and there. So there was not a significant amount of change. And this is the Crook Ranch. This is Wards Ferry Road is down here. This is the Crook Ranch right here. And this is a large pocket. on both sides of Wertz Ferry Road, there was a lot of die-off right in here. I just threw this slide in. This is that same pocket that's being actively salvaged, and that probably by today's meeting, that pocket is not there anymore. So those logs are going to the shavings mill. I just threw this in just for some perspective. This is 1909. This is a Ponderosa Pine Forest. This is similar to what the area that we're seeing the most mortality. You can see this is open and park-like. You see guys riding horses, through the forest and the picture. And this is what our stands should look like when they're healthy. The same stand, 1948. You can see a lot of shade-tolerant species growing up, so there's a lot more competition. And this is same stand, 1989. So just to kind of reiterate, a big part of what we're seeing is our stands are overcrowded, and that they're competing for resources. And the bark beetles, they're going to attack trees that are stressed out. So once the problem with the bark beetles, we're going to get through it. But from a long-term standpoint, we want to make sure that we, this is what we should be shooting for as far as what our healthy forests should look like. They're going to be more resistant to catastrophic fire, and they're going to be more resistant to these periodic outbreaks.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. If you'd like, I had a quick. I was asked to give a quick update on the.
Go ahead.
Preparedness for this fire season.
Sure, please.
Kind of along the same lines. Conditions are dry. Our live fuel moistures we've been monitoring have already peaked out and are on their way down. So we're months early as far as live fuel moistures declining. We know fires are going to be. They're going to start easier, and they're going to be more resistant to suppression efforts. So on Monday we increased our staffing to 7 engines. So we went from 3 to 7 with the dozer, Copter 404 with water dropping only. The crew hasn't come on yet. 10 hand crews and the 5 defensible space inspectors. The 27th, we're going to staff Copter 404 with the crew. May 1st is when we'll go to permitted burning, so burn permits will be required May 1st. May 4th, we're going to staff a total of 15 engines, and then we're looking at going to peak May 18th, where we'll have all 21 engines staffed, 2 dozers, 10 hand crews, and the air attack base.
Okay. Mr. Royce, you had a question?
Yeah, so just to clarify, for people that are seeing these problems or potentially could see these problems, I think what I understood was the best course of action is to quickly get rid of the dead material, so that they can't reproduce.
Yeah,
right?
Correct.
Is there any other way to stop them?
It's not and removing that material is not a guarantee that they're not going to spread, but
right.
It's one step in the process that we can help.
And you said they're probably gone already and moved on.
Well, when
if you notice the needles dying, right?
Yeah, when the crown, you want to get after it when you first notice the crown fading, and the tree succumbing to attack. When the needles are brown, they're long gone.
So is there any other way to deal with them? Can you spray them?
There are sprays, and I'm not a pest control advisor, so I can't give the public advice about what type of sprays to do.
Yeah.
But there are sprays that are available. So
would you recommend they contact a pest control guy? Is that what people?
That is an option, especially if you have if you have high value trees that you want to make sure that you retain. That is an option to look into.
That are still green.
That are still green,
Right.
yes.
Right.
Yeah, once the trees are dying, it won't be effective. But
Yeah.
as a preventative measure, they could contact an expert. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in the pesticides, so I can't give that advice. But
Supervisor Rutherford, did you? Sherry?
Yeah, just one quick comment. And Adam, you briefly mentioned it, but you were talking about hopefully relaxing some of the requirements for getting these trees out. And I really want to encourage that, because I have talked to a number of individuals that would like to clear some of this out. But like you mentioned, it's very, very costly. And so whatever we can do to help expedite that,
yes.
I think it's in all of our best interest.
There is one other permit that I've seen used this year that I have in my career I've never seen used before, and that's there's an exemption for harvesting trees that are unmerchantable as saw logs, so that the logs that are going to the shavings mill. that it's an exemption. It's a one-page form and a map. There's no, a forester does have to look at it, but it's still exempt from a harvest plan, so it is relatively inexpensive.
Okay, and so folks just need to call your office to
Yeah,
find
if they
out?
can call either me or one of the area foresters.
What's
and
that
Could
phone
you give
number?
them a number?
Yeah, the area forester in Tuolumne County is Roger Peterson. The phone number is 532-7424, extension 109. He's at the Fire Academy until the end of May, so I'll be fielding all those calls. And my number is 754-2706.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah. Have we even looked into, Daniel, whether there's any drought funding available to assist people with removing these trees?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we actually do have 2 fire districts who have received grants recently through this state responsibility area fee, and that's just in the Mewick, Sugar Pine, Twain Harte areas. As far as drought, I'd have to refer to Tracy Riggs in our office and see if there's any funds available through the governor's program. I'm not certain. I haven't heard that.
It might be worth looking. I don't know that there are, but
I have had conversations with Craig about this also, and I'm not sure, Adam, if it was you that brought up the fact that the governor needs to declare this an area of infestation.
Zone of infestation.
And is there been any pressure put onto him that?
I know there's been talk of expanding the zone of infestation, and I know that having that designation brings a lot more requirements as far as slash treatment and whatnot, but I don't know as far as that
money goes,
opens up funding source or not.
Worth looking into, though.
Yeah. Okay. Any public comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read our 11 o'clock item.
Number 1, consideration of awarding a contract to F&H Construction for the construction of the Tuolumne County Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Mr.
Sorry,
Richardson.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. It really is a pleasure to present this item to the board and also to the public, and do this on behalf of the many county employees, past and present, as well as the many contractors who have been involved in this great project from the beginning. We are finally at the stage of being able to award the construction bid for the Tuolumne County Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. This project has been going on for at least over 15 years of staff work, 3 chief probation officers, 2 county administrators, and multiple decisions by the Board of Supervisors. I was looking on my computer files. I have files dating back to the ancient 20th century on this project. So it's been going on for quite some time as a concept, and we're finally to the stage of being able to award. How this is going to work is I'm going to provide a brief introduction, and following my comments, Sean Stroman, our construction manager with Vanner Construction, will describe the bid process, and he'll be followed by Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl, who will provide some legal analysis and final recommendations. So let's move through this presentation. Here's a bird's eye view of the Law and Justice Center site, and it's undeveloped at this point other than we have infrastructure and, of course, the stubbed road that you can see from Highway 108 and Wards Ferry Road. Here's a drawing, a depiction of how the site may look at some point after full build-out. You coming on from the left to right, the Juvenile Detention Center. Then you keep going on Justice Center Drive. You would have the new courthouse. which would replace both courthouses in downtown. And then just south of there, you would have the jail and jail administration. And there is also a location for future jail expansion. This is all just concept at this point. And then we'll also have a transit center located, a transfer center. And then just south of there, it's called admin buildings, but that is actually houses all the Justice Center departments of the county, from district attorney, probation, public defender, as well as space for private attorneys and others that are involved in the law and justice community. So that's just how the site may look at build out. So focusing on the juvenile center, the initial is to build a 30-bed facility, and it does allow for expansion for a second pod. The initial staff is about 10 employees for the 10 beds, and of course it'll expand as more beds are needed. And right now we're looking at Amador and Calaveras County will also place their youth here, as this is a regional juvenile facility. So here we just have some views of what it may look like from various angles as you approach it. This would be the public entrance view. And then if you're looking from the courthouse towards the juvenile facility, looking back towards Wards Ferry Road. And from the bridge, this would be from the Wards Ferry Bridge over Highway 108, looking towards the juvenile facility. So as if things continue to move along as we anticipate, today we would award a construction contract. Groundbreaking would be June 2nd at noon. This assumes lots of approvals by the state during this time frame. The construction over a year later, completing in August of 2016. And then we have 90 days to prepare for occupancy and beginning operations approximately in November of 2016. So at this point, I'll turn the time, unless you have any further questions, I'll turn the time over to Mr. Stroman with Banner Construction.
Any board questions? Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Richardson, Board of Supervisors, and Ms. Carrillo. My name is Sean Stroman. I am with Banner Construction Management, and we are your construction management firm for this project. So on January 6, 2015, the board gave approval for the plans and specs and provided authorization to Ms. Maureen Frank to go out for bids for this project. I am happy to report that we received a lot of response for this project. There was some concern early on before the approval based on the locality of Tuolumne County as far as what kind of response we were going to get. And we actually received 10 bidders for this project. There was some concern that, well, Sonora is kind of up in the foothills, but we actually had 10 interested contractors. The board gave me direction to actively get Tuolumne County participants involved in this project. So through my own bid marketing efforts, we contacted over 150 potential suppliers and subcontractors located in California. And primarily when I was doing those efforts, I focused on Tuolumne County based on your direction. So at the pre-bid conference, we actually, on a normal pre-bid conference, you have about 10 to 15 contractors and subcontractors. And what was interesting on this one was it was a non-mandatory pre-bid conference. So normally, as you make it mandatory, the amount of people show up. Well, we held 2 pre-bid conferences, and at the first one we had over 50 people, 50 companies represented that wanted to be involved in this project. So that speaks volumes to what's happening in the subcontracting and supplier community. So then we received the bids on March 18th, and we, as I stated earlier, we received 10 bids ranging from the lowest bid was $15,082,000 to the highest bid, which was $17,195,000. As we were opening the bids, we obviously read the bids aloud. We were reviewing the bids, and we noticed that there was, during the bidding process, we noticed that there was an error in the bid form. And the error was that we asked the general contractors to include an allowance of $400,000. And what the $400,000 is for basically furniture, furnishings, and equipment, and other items that the county administrator's office and Adele Arnold determine are necessary that we don't know exactly at the time of bidding what needs to go in. Believe it or not, in 16-month time frame of construction, the technology on a justice facility changes that quickly. And so we wanted to have a $400,000 cushion, if you will, to allow for changes in technology. So on the original bid form, as it went out, the contractors there was an error. Basically, they had the base bid amount included in one line item, and then they had a second amount, and they were both the same. And we couldn't have it that way because in the public contract code, it's at the owner's discretion if they want to accept the $400,000 allowance or not. So we were concerned that the project may come in over budget, and at that time, then we would not accept or you guys would not accept the $400,000 allowance. So we revised the bid form and addendum number 2 to show those differences, and that was all general contractors received addendum number 2 via an electronic box where they just picked up the documents. I'm happy to report that the apparent lowest responsive bidder, F&H Construction, through our bid marketing efforts, has 5 subcontractors and suppliers that are local to Tuolumne County. And those 5 companies are Tuolumne Transit, Banks Glass, Neerich & Sons, Barton Overhead Door, and NorCal Glass. And for a total amount of $1,424,000, which is approximately 9.3% of their bid. However, there are also many other suppliers, and obviously the local labor pool. They'll be pulling in local employees from Tuolumne County, so everybody's on board. The unions are ready to go, trying to develop working with local apprentices. So we're very excited at this point. And at this point, I'm going to hand the meeting over to Carlin, who will continue.
Thank you. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. I wanted to walk you through the rest of the process. As Sean stated, in reviewing the apparent low bidder, which is DD Construction, it was determined that they used the incorrect bid form. And for that reason, we recommend that your board determine their bid to be non-responsive. Additionally, we received 2 bid protests on this project, one from DD Construction, arguing against the rejection of their bid, and then one from the third lowest bidder, Broward Builders. In a memo that County Counsel's office submitted to your board and for this board packet dated March 27th, we went through the issues raised in those bid protests and determined that it is our opinion that DD Construction be declared non-responsive. But if your board is comfortable with the F&H bid, that you can find those additional issues to be minor informalities, and you do have the power to waive those. Also, one of the issues that came up with this project was registration with the Department of Industrial Relations. There's a new law that went into effect that says that in order to bid or be listed on a bid for a public works project, contractors and subcontractors must be registered with the Department of Industrial Relations. And if they are not registered, then we cannot accept their bid. One of the subcontractors listed on the F&H Construction's bid, Automatic Fire, was not registered at the time of bid opening. Turns out, if just as a public service announcement, DIR accepts credit cards. They process that much faster than checks. Checks take 8 to 10 weeks. So even though the subcontractor did submit their paperwork well in advance, they did not get their registration until last week. And unfortunately, that was not within the time. So the F&H has requested to substitute a registered subcontractor for the fire suppression work, and that is allowed under the Public Contract Code. Notice was provided to the originally listed subcontractor, and we received no response. So it is now your board can accept that substitution. Also, while she is not here, Chief Probation Officer Adele Arnold is aware of the recommendations being presented to your board and is in full agreement with those recommendations. We will be asking your board after public comment to, the recommendations are first to reject the DD Construction bid as non-responsive, consent to the substitution of Fire System Solutions for Automatic Fire Service as a subcontractor for fire suppression work, reject the bid protests from DD Construction and Broward Builders, and then waive the identified informalities in the F&H Construction bid and award the contract to F&H Construction conditioned upon state approval. These documents are being forwarded to the state. Once we get their stamp of approval, then everything can get going. So I'm happy to address any questions that you might have.
Any questions? I do have one. Can you just tell me a little bit about F&H Construction?
They're a very reputable firm. They do a lot of commercial projects. They're based out of Lodi, and based on my own experience so far in this project, they're very excited. They will do what we need them to do, and they're very responsive. I can give you a personal example because the local impacts to the local economy are so important to Tuolumne County and Tuolumne County residents. So by Public Contract Code, contractors are required to list 0.5% of all subcontractors' bids. So in this instance, it would be over $76,000. But we know that there are other impacts to the local economy. And so I asked F&H, are there other subcontractor suppliers that are under that $76,000 that they by law don't have to list? And within a few hours, I had all the information that I had necessary to present to the board. Within the general contracting community in the Central Valley, they come highly recommended.
Okay, thank you. Any other board question? Okay, I'll open this up to public comment. Anyone up there would wish to speak, please come forward.
Good morning, staff and members of the board. My name is Dean Reese, and I'm the general counsel for DD Construction. And I'm here because I prepared on behalf of my client a bid protest, as you've probably seen. DD Construction is a local contractor out of Lodi, and we're involved in these processes a lot. We see through the process, we see these sort of irregularities, omissions, sometimes through a hurried bidding process, and they happen. I've been in front of other boards many times where we're sort of where F&H or Broward is, where we appear to be originally not the lowest, but then because of omissions from somebody else, we end up being the lowest. And I understand fully that staff correctly has suggested to you that the board has great discretion in terms of who you accept in these types of situations. But and generally, we don't. If we are in a situation like this, we don't challenge it. But in this case, the circumstances are such that we felt compelled to do so. And that's because the bid form, unfortunately, my client did use the bid form sent from the county in the fall and did not use the amended bid form. But the differences in the bid form are so small that they really don't create the problem or the issue that the case law which your staff cited is concerned about. If you look at the bid forms, which I'm sure you have, the $400,000 allowance is a predetermined amount. It's included in the bid form. The bidder is agreeing to that amount. There isn't, as we see it, any discretion in that. And so it appears to be a distinction, really, a difference without a distinction when you look at the two bid forms. And when you do that, you see that DD ends up being low by I think it's $279,000. And, I mean, that's real money. And, most importantly, I'd like you to, your staff is citing the Galati case is talked about correctly that irregularities can be accepted provided they could not have affected the amount of the bid or, importantly, given a bidder an unfair advantage or benefit, or in other words, if the variance is inconsequential. There is no way that I can see that the bid form which was used could have given DD any sort of unfair advantage. I mean, these bids were opened. It's not a situation of bid shopping where you go back and try to clear up something and switch out a subcontractor who ends up coming in at a different price, and then it skews the playing field, and it's unfair. In this situation, we simply used a bid form that originally said include the $400,000 with your base bid. We did that and didn't catch the second one when it came through, although we did acknowledge receipt, and that's flat out our mistake. And there's no denying that. These mistakes happen, unfortunately. But again, I'm here because we just cannot see how there can be any unfair advantage having been given to DD. And F&H had a few irregularities, and as did we, and staff, I think, appropriately saw all of those except for the bid form as is easily waivable. And we're not here in any way, shape, or form to criticize any other bidders. We would agree that if that ends up being your choice, that F&H is a great contractor, et cetera. It's just that we believe if you look at it closely and really analyze it, that we had no unfair advantage, could not have had an unfair advantage, and we came in low. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any other public comment?
Good morning. I'm Mark Sarin. I'm with F&H Construction. It's nice to meet with you this morning. In deference to counsel, he's correct. There were actually, through this bid process, 9 addenda that were issued by the county. The change in the bid form was in addendum number 2. So it was well established from the outset that the correct bid form that was to be acknowledged. DD Construction did, in fact, acknowledge all addenda in the submission of their bid, including bid number 2 or addendum number 2. The $400,000 is material in the sense that California law requires us, if the method of determination is not spelled out in the contract, that the determination is the low base bid. And in our base bid was the lowest number written. We have to write the number in Arabic numerals, and we have to spell it out. And our base bid, which is the basis of award, was the lowest number. We correctly added $400,000, as did 9 out of the 10 contractors that bid on the job. So we consider that, as does the county, that DD's bid is essentially a non-responsive bid. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other questions from the board? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any more discussion, any questions? If not, I would like a motion.
I'll move on a staff recommendation of awarding the contract to F&H Construction for the construction of Tuolumne County Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility in the amount of $15,361,000, conditioned upon state approval.
Second.
A second.
And a quick comment. I wanted to commend staff and Sean on their outreach to local contractors. It's greatly appreciated. And also getting 10 bids for a big project like that is pretty impressive. So good work.
Just to clarify, your motion includes the recommendations A through D, correct?
I'm sorry, yes, A through D.
Okay, and your motion is second. Before I call the vote, I want to thank you guys for coming and commenting, the public, and also for the work that staff has done. I know it's a lot of work, and contracts are difficult, to say the least. So I think we're doing the right thing here. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Get your shovels.
I might add, it's been a long road getting here, and I would like to congratulate all those who have persevered through this, and look forward to a successful initiation of real work at the Law and Justice Center.
Get your shovels.
Thank you.
One item to note, Supervisor Hanvelt, if we do the groundbreaking on June 2nd, it will be a safe job site, so you will be required to wear some sort of protection over your foot because we practice safety 24 hours a day.
If I can't get a shoe on this foot by that time, a certain doctor and I are going to have a long discussion.
Thank you, Board.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to our regular agenda.
Do you want to announce
No.
number 2? What do you want to do with that one? 11, number 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Number 2, 11 o'clock. The sheriff has been very patient sitting here all day.
Actually,
Is that the one?
nope, it's the new jail financing. Do we want to
County jail.
cancel? We want to pull that, right?
That's pulled, yes.
Okay.
That's why I didn't talk about it.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to pull number 2.
We're going to pull item number 2 at 11 o'clock.
Awesome. Okay.
Yes.
What's number 2?
I think you're pulling.
On the wrong one.
Oh,
Consideration
pull both.
of approving a revised funding plan for new county jail.
We're pulling that?
We're pulling that one.
Yeah, Craig.
So we're going to go with number 21 now, right?
That's what I thought. Back to
Okay.
the regular agenda.
22. 22 is consideration of authorizing engineering staff to prepare and administer federal funding applications for pedestrians and bicycle improvements for the Jamestown Sidewalk Project, Tuolumne Pedestrian Trails, Racetrack Road Pedestrian and Bicycle Improvement Projects, Groveland Sidewalk along Route 120 and Freddie Road Project, and the Columbia Pedestrian Facility under the Active Transportation Program through the Federal Highway Administration.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. Governor Brown signed legislation creating the Active Transportation Program, also known as ATP. The ATP consolidates existing federal and state transportation programs into a single program with a focus to make California a national leader in active transportation. A call for projects is currently in circulation, and applications are due June 1st of 2015. Engineering Division reviewed the Somerville Trail Feasibility Study, Groveland Active Transportation Plan, coordinated efforts with staff from Tuolumne County Transportation Council, County Schools Office, Caltrans, and worked through a scoring matrix based on the ATP guidelines published March 26 in 2015, and has identified 5 projects. The first project is Jamestown Sidewalks. This project would construct sidewalk, curb, and gutter, 2,550 feet along 5th Avenue, 900 feet along 7th Street, 295 feet along 4th Avenue, 305 feet along Willow Street, and 845 feet along 6th Avenue in the community of Jamestown. In addition, 800 feet of asphalt walkway would also be constructed along Seco Street. This project is estimated a total project cost of $2.2 million.
The Tuolumne Pedestrian Trail. This project would construct approximately 5,000 feet of Class 1 shared bicycle and pedestrian path contiguous with Tuolumne Road. This project is estimated total project cost of $1.46 million. Racetrack Road and Pedestrian Bicycle Improvement Project. This project would construct approximately 3,800 feet of sidewalk, curb, and gutter and Class 2 bike lanes along Racetrack Road. This project is estimated a total project cost of $1.55 million. Groveland sidewalks along State Route 120 and Ferretti Road. This project would install and rehabilitate pedestrian facilities such as sidewalks, signage, flashing warning signs, and crosswalks along State Route 120 and Ferretti Road. In total, approximately 8,100 feet of pedestrian walking facilities would be installed. This project is estimated a total project cost of $2.88 million. The Columbia Pedestrian Facility. This project will construct approximately 4,700 feet of sidewalk along Parrots Ferry Road, 900 feet of sidewalk along Rhodes Quartz Road in Pereira, and 1,200 feet along Parrots Ferry Road north of Columbia Elementary School. This project is estimated a total project cost of $1.87 million. If applications are approved by the state, a more in-depth design will be developed through the process of preliminary engineering. All project costs reflect all phases of the project, including preliminary design, environmental studies, right-of-way, utility relocations, construction, and construction engineering. At this time, your board is being asked to authorize staff to submit applications for pedestrian improvements to be included in the Federal Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the FTIP, under the Federal Highways Administration, FHWA's Active Transportation Program. That's all I have to say.
Any questions? We discussed this yesterday at the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee, but due to a lack of a quorum, we didn't come up with a recommendation. But it is noted that the application will require about $6,000 of staff time in order to get the roughly $12 million worth of projects in the grant cycle, and I think that's a pretty good cost. Do you see any other additional costs that we may incur other than that to move this forward?
No, just staff time at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if we could note that this program doesn't require a local match, which is very beneficial. We have identified on page 3 of the staff report 2 potential sources of funding that could be used for, again, a local contribution. But this is one program where we're not obligated to provide that local match, which can sometimes discourage us from applying for large, very expensive projects.
So it's free money. So, okay. Any questions? I want to also note that it looks like it's evenly distributed between all districts.
Some of that free money came out of
each one
of our pockets.
That's for sure. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. So, any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll be glad to move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I'll second.
First and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please read?
You can't ride a bike with that foot anyways.
Yeah. 23, first reading. Okay, go ahead.
This is first reading of an ordinance to amend Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding Chapter 1536 to address the unsightly appearance of damaged and neglected buildings and amend Section 1.10120A to exempt damages or neglected buildings from the statute of limitations for violation of development codes.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Currently in our county, when a building is damaged by fire or other calamity or just allowed to deteriorate over time, we have regulations that require that it be made safe. This is usually done by boarding up windows and doors or putting fencing around those structures. There is no requirement this time that those buildings be repaired or demolished. They just have to remain safe to the public. This has resulted in your board receiving complaints about the unsightly appearance of these structures. Last year, your board directed staff to prepare an ordinance to address this issue. So before you today is an ordinance that would enact a new chapter 15.36 of the County Ordinance Code that would require the owner of a building that has become dilapidated or has been damaged so as that it causes a visual blight to repair the building or to demolish it within 18 months of being notified by the county to do so. The ordinance also provides for 2 6-month extensions, so a property owner could get as much as 2.5 years of time to take corrective action. Both of those extensions would be subject to the owner demonstrating that they are making a good faith effort to bring the property into compliance with Chapter 15.36. This ordinance was reviewed by your Board of Supervisors Planning Committee on October 30th, 2014. At that time, the Planning Committee did endorse the ordinance. They did question, however, about enforceability, and it was explained that this ordinance would be subject to the revisions of the Code Compliance Ordinance, and that would be the process that we would use. Your board considered the ordinance on December 2nd, and at that time referred it to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for a public hearing and a recommendation back to your board. During that time, since December, we worked with County Counsel's office, who identified one particular issue, and that was a potential conflict with a provision of the Code Compliance Ordinance, and that is contained in Section 110.120A, which provides for a statute of limitations of 5 years for violations of the Ordinance Code. It was pointed out by council that because of the nature of the damaged building ordinance, there may be structures that had been there that were more than 5 years, and therefore there would be a conflict. So included in the ordinance before you today is a proposed amendment to Section 110.12A, which would exempt Chapter 3.36 from that provision so that there would be no limitation on the length of time to correct these damaged buildings. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission did conduct a hearing on this proposed ordinance at its meeting on April 1st, and the Commission has endorsed the ordinance and recommended approval by unanimous vote. Today I'm here to ask you to waive the first reading of the ordinance, because this is a 2-reading ordinance, and to schedule adoption for your meeting on May 5th.
Okay, and that's what the motion would be. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation, waive the first reading and schedule the second.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you for all the work. Next item. 24.
Consideration of approving the transfer of $122,000 from the Asset Forfeiture Trust Fund to vehicles line item for the purchase of the Lenco Medcat.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here today to let you know that we have possibly identified some additional funding sources. So at this time, we'd like to examine those funding sources, and so we'd like to pull this item. I've been in contact with Cal OES on this item, and so there are some other avenues that I think that need to be explored. And so at this time, that's what we would like to do and request.
Okay, do we have consensus of the board for this? Fine with us, it looks like. So we would expect you to come back in the near future.
We will come back and we will have explored those, and we will report back on those avenues.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
With that, we have to go to Jamestown, so we'll recess the meeting and reconvene at Roca Park and then come back here for our 1:30 appointments. We're going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of April 20th back to order. And we have a situation here that we're going to need to address. Ms. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. We have just become aware that the Assembly Local Government Committee will be hearing AB 45 tomorrow afternoon. And we would like to place on your agenda an urgency item to be heard that would be correspondence from your board in opposition to AB 45. This is a bill that would establish another mandate on local governments without any compensation for our costs, and it does relate to increasing the amount of household hazardous waste that we would be collecting in our community. Belinda Barlow, our solid waste manager, will present the item if you desire to hear it. Because we just became aware of the committee's meeting tomorrow, we would ask that you would add it to your agenda as an urgency item that arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda.
Do we need a motion to do that, Council?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I'll move to hear the item.
The first and second, any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And we'll hear that after our 1:30 appointments.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read our first 1:30 appointment.
This is public hearing and first reading on an ordinance adopting the provisions of California Constitution Article number 13, Section 2, related to the assessment, valuation of replacement property in Tuolumne County and authorizing the fee for processing rescission of a claim.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Kanan Whitman, Tuolumne County Assessor Recorder. On March 17, 2015, your board set this public hearing to consider an ordinance adopting the provisions of California Constitution, Article 13, Section 2, relating to assessed valuation of replacement property within Tuolumne County and authorize a fee for processing rescission of a claim. Notice of this hearing was published as required by law, and my office further contacted many of the local affected agencies directly. This public hearing satisfies the requirement that your board consult with local agencies affected by this ordinance and allow them to voice any concerns they may have about its adoption. An affected local agency is any agency that receives revenue from property taxes in Tuolumne County. If an agency receives revenue from property taxes, they could be adversely affected by Prop 90 because it allows qualified property owners to transfer their base year value from their former Californian residence to their new residence in Tuolumne County, essentially lowering the amount of property taxes they would have to pay. Based on the factors that make Prop 90 restrictive and the data gathered from other Prop 90 counties, we expect to receive between 10 to 15 qualifying applicants per year. We estimate each applicant would save approximately $1,200 a year. As a consequence to the county, the total reduction in property tax revenue per applicant is estimated to be $315 annually. Expecting to receive between 10 to 15 qualifying applicants each year, the annual reduction in property taxes to the general fund is estimated to be between $3,100 and $5,600 annually. The effect of Prop 90 on the net taxable secured assessment roll would be a reduction of approximately 0.02%. Additionally, when weighing the cost of adopting Prop 90, your board should also consider the positive economic impact it could have on our county. Attached to your memo is an article from the National Association of Realtors, which estimates that one job is created for every 2 existing home sales, and that each home sale contributes about $60,000 to the economy. These statistics are even greater for newly constructed homes. Additionally, the new homeowners would also be purchasing goods and services in Tuolumne County, benefiting both local businesses and the county sales tax revenue. In my opinion, the adoption of Prop 90 in Tuolumne County would not have a large impact on property tax revenues because the potential number of claimants will be relatively small. Although it would benefit a few property owners, it would not cause a significant reduction in property tax revenue to the county. It is also interesting to note that the El Dorado County Assessor does believe that it gives his county an economically competitive edge in the marketplace for property owners seeking to relocate from more inhabited areas of the state. I recommend this board waive the first reading and conduct a public hearing for the ordinance adopting the provisions of California Constitution Article 13A, Section 2, relating to the assessed valuation or replacement property within Tuolumne County, and authorize a fee for processing of a rescission of a claim. Upon close of the public hearing, bring this matter back at your May 5th, 2015 meeting for a second reading and final adoption. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Mr. Whitman before I open the public hearing?
I just have one. I looked, and I couldn't remember or find in the current package, do you have a fee in mind?
Yes, $95.
Okay, thank you.
I did receive a letter from the local Board of Realtors, Tuolumne County Associate Realtors. Did you receive a copy of that letter
Yes.
from them in support of this? The question I have, when you contacted those other agencies that this may affect, did you have any negative feedback from any of those agencies?
I've yet to receive any negative feedback.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to speak on this matter, please come forward.
Good afternoon, members of the board and public. My name is Mike Lemke, a resident and business owner in Tuolumne County. It's exciting to see the opportunity of an ordinance like this that supports simultaneously our seniors and disabled folks, and in the same handshake also helps to keep some economic stimulus coming into our county. I think it's a great opportunity. I support it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of this ordinance? Does anyone wish to speak against it? Does anyone wish to speak neutrally? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Close the public hearing. Sorry. I've got good people keep track of me here.
So what are we looking for as a motion?
All right, so we're looking for a motion.
I'd be happy to make a motion. It's a first reading? Yeah, to, I guess, approve the first reading for the adoption of the proposed ordinance. What? Yeah, all that.
I'll second.
Okay, we have first and second. Any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 2.
This is public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving the vacation of a portion of a public road easement named Rodina Road Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road at the request of the property owner, Moccasin Ranch Estates.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Marilyn Fitzsimmons, County Surveyor, and before you today is a request for the vacation of public road easements named Rodina Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road. These roads are located at 7780 Marsh's Flat Road and 14550 Moccasin Ranch Road. Rodina Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road are 50-foot wide public road and utility easements that were created on the map of Moccasin Ranch in 1985. The parcel map created 41 large acre, 37-acre minimum parcels, and the ranch is located in a remote area of the county about 5 miles south of the community of Moccasin. There are currently entrance gates on Rodina Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road, and the entrance gates have existed for years on these roads. However, because the roads are public easements, the gates are not allowed, and a code compliance violation was issued. To enable the gates to remain, the applicants have requested the vacation of public road easements over portions of Rodina Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road. All parcel owners of the 41 parcels and an adjoining landowner have signed the application requesting the board's approval of this vacation. Private, perpetual, and irrevocable access easements have been granted over the portions of the public road easements proposed for vacation. Mr. Catalano, a current resident and the original subdivider of the ranch, explained in a letter to the board that the gates have existed for the past 29 years. He also explained that removal of the gates would jeopardize the security of the ranch and encourage trespass onto the private parcels, thereby increasing the threat of theft and encouraging hunters and off-road vehicles. He also stated that all of the roads in Moccasin Ranch are privately maintained in accordance with their declaration of protective restrictions. We did notify all applicable agencies of this request, and all responded without objection to the vacation. The Planning Division responded that because deeded perpetual access easements have been granted to all property owners that require access, that the vacation of the public road easements would not be inconsistent with the general plan. Considering the evidence submitted by the applicants and in accordance with the agency responses, we conclude that the road easements proposed for vacation are unnecessary for present or prospective public use. We do recommend that your board adopt the resolution to approve the vacation of portions of public road easements named Rodina Drive and Moccasin Ranch Road as described in the legal description attached to the resolution, but retain them as public utility easements.
All right, any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this matter, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Rod Catalano. I'm the original developer and the president of the Moccasin Ranch Road Maintenance Association, and also the owner of the Deer Flat Ranch, which is adjacent to the Moccasin Ranch Estates to the east area. And, we've had the gates on these properties for the last 29 years and never had a problem. And everybody's been through these gates that, the county, the fire department, everybody. Houses have been built there on one of these 41 parcels. The problem, if we take away the gate, is that the road doesn't tie to any other county roads. It dead ends. So anybody coming on the road, as soon as they walk off of the road, they'd be trespassing on somebody else's property. So for our safety, we'd like to keep the gate. We have a cattle lease there, and hope that you'll agree that we could vacate this easement, and we've already given back an easement, already recorded back to all the property owners, so they have access, and all the utilities and everybody else is part of the easement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? I just want to make a comment. I was certainly surprised that that wasn't a private road all the times that I've passed that and seen that gate there, and it was really news to me when it
Maybe
came
I
up.
couldn't have had your sign on there.
Maybe that was the case. Maybe that was it. Anyway, okay, so anybody else want to speak in favor?
Thank you.
Anybody want to speak against this? Anybody want to be neutral? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, and I'm going to ask one of my colleagues here to
Can
do
you
the
close
motion.
the public hearing?
Close the public hearing?
Yeah.
Move on the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Seeing none, bring it back for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 0. Passes 4-0. Thank you. I'm ready for the next one.
Number 3, public hearing to consider blue resolution to amend the general plan, land use designation, and special ordinance amending section 1706-020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Peggy Blue owns 6.7 acres that are located at 14450 Jacksonville Road. Her property consists of assessor's parcel number 6403037. Currently, Miss Blue operates a roadside stand out of a 128-square-foot building that's located close to Jacksonville Road. She currently sells cottage food out of the home, which is permitted under the new cottage food facility program authorized by the state last year. That's for non-hazardous food. She would like to convert that 120-square-foot building on her property to more than just a roadside stand, which is limited to the sale of the cottage food and agricultural products produced on site. She would like to sell sandwiches and other foods similar to a delicatessen out of that particular building. In order to do so, she must convert the building into a commercial kitchen. In order to do so, she will need a site review permit, and she also would have to rezone her property. Currently, the general plan land use designation for her 6.7 acre site is rural residential. The rural residential land use designation does not provide uses such as retail sales of food or commercial kitchen. As such, she is asking for your support today for a general plan amendment to change the land use designation on 1.4 acres of the site, not the entire site, just 1.4 acres of the 6.7 acre site, from rural residential to special commercial. She is also asking for your support today to rezone 1.4 acres to commercial recreational CK to correspond with a special commercial land use designation. Under that particular zoning, she would be allowed to have her commercial kitchen. As I mentioned, a site review permit is also required to accomplish what she would like to do on the site. But the Tuolumne County Planning Commission is actually a decision-making body for the site review permit. And the Commission did consider this project at a public hearing on April 1st. After hearing from the applicant and hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did issue the site review permit subject to approval by your board of the requested general plan amendment and zone change. So although your agenda package includes information about the site review permit, because there has been no appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, the only action that your board is being requested to take today would be to approve a resolution for the general plan amendment and an ordinance to rezone 1.4 acres to the CK zoning district. And I'll be happy to answer questions you might have about this project.
Any questions? Okay. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this matter, please come forward. Anybody wishing to speak against? Neutral? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. See, I can be trained. Okay, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues. First, I want to make a comment. This has been a long time coming, a lot of work, and I want to thank you, Mrs. Blue, for hanging in with us and getting through the process. Oh. All right, Carl.
Yeah. Honestly, I think this is one of those where we got in our own way a little bit. I'd be very happy to move on staff recommendation to amend the general plan land use designation as recommended by staff, and to amend the zoning for the lot also as recommended by staff.
Second.
First and second. Does that fit okay with you, council?
Yes.
All right. I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. One more.
This is consideration of sending correspondence opposing AB 45 related to household hazardous waste to the Assembly Committee on Local Government.
Ms. Barlow.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager. I appreciate you hearing this today. In 1992, we developed the household hazardous waste element to the countywide integrated waste management plan. In the early 90s, we began collecting household hazardous waste through temporary collection events. We report to the state each year on the programs that pertain to that household hazardous waste element, as well as reports on a separate report that goes to the state on just the hazardous waste that's been collected. At its peak, we had 6 events a year, and in 2007-2008, we collected 6,702 pounds of household hazardous waste. Due to budget constraints, we have decreased the number of events. We decreased them down to 3 in 2010. We were able to secure grant funds and opened up a permanent facility in 2011. Funds were still tight, and we have dropped the events down to 1 or 2 per year now. As a result, the amount of waste collected has dropped as well. In 2013-14, we only collected 443,000 pounds of hazardous waste. That's partly due to fewer events, it's partly due to declining population, and it's also hopefully due to the fact that legacy waste that has been sitting around people's homes for the past 50 years is finally getting cleared out. We have noticed a drop in the quantities being brought to the event by individuals. In March of 2009, your board supported an extended producer responsibility framework legislation, which encouraged universal waste and other waste management costs, shifted the cost from local government to the producers of the products. That EPR framework did not pass legislative process, and since that time, individual wastes have gone before the board, and some have been passed. This AB 45 proposes to increase the collection and disposition of household hazardous waste. The key components of AB 45 are requiring each jurisdiction to establish a baseline amount of collection and diversion of hazardous waste, expecting each jurisdiction to increase the amount by an unspecified percentage in an unspecified amount of time. All that would be determined if the bill were to pass. It limits the role of manufacturers and distributors to that of communicating with customers. It identifies curbside collection programs, door-to-door, and residential pickup service as the principal means of collecting household hazardous waste. And most importantly, it provides no funding to assist local jurisdictions with increased cost. As mentioned, the household hazardous waste collection has dropped, so it concerns me that they're going to want us to continue to increase. That will increase our costs, and we don't have extra funds to cover that. We all would like more household hazardous waste to be collected and disposed of properly. There's no argument there. It's how that's funded is the issue. In July of 2013, we began to participate in the Paint Care program, which is a type of producer responsibility. We now save $50,000 a year because the Paint Care program is covering the transportation and disposal costs of paint. It's a successful program, and we would like to see more of those programs put into place. Consumers pay slightly more when they purchase paint, but then they don't have to pay to dispose of it afterwards. I'm concerned with limiting manufacturers and distributors' roles to communicating with customers. It could undermine future EPR efforts that would hold manufacturers and distributors more accountable for creating programs and covering the costs. They also may, unless they work very well with each individual jurisdiction, promote programs that are not necessarily meet what the programs that we have set in place. And of course, any increased education is going to increase collection, which will increase and drive up costs. We also have concerns about door-to-door and curbside collection. It does happen in some areas, and I can see it happening for disabled or people that can't get out. But, you know, is waste left on the curb? Could kids get into it? It could be stolen by people and used for improperly. But basically, the biggest concern is it's another unfunded mandate by the state. And it's important to send this letter to let the legislature know that we do have a good program. We're doing the best to our ability financially, and that increased collection should be handled through EPR programs instead.
Okay, any questions? Carl?
I've got one. You talked about a percentage to be determined and a time frame to be determined. I assume that that would be determined by some state regulatory body and not the legislature?
Yes,
Okay, I fundamentally have a philosophical problem with that, and if my colleagues agree, I'd like to have a small paragraph inserted in the letter where appropriate that basically says we oppose any legislation where the legislature is abrogating the responsibility for putting the boundaries on their own legislation to some bureaucratic organization in the state government.
Maybe we won't use those exact words.
Maybe
but
we won't
something.
use those exact words, but I will. Okay, I'm serious.
No, I understand. It makes sense, and I would agree. We get these mandates, and they're not funded, and then we have to pass the costs on to the people.
And they're not scoped.
Yeah.
There's no bounds to this.
So you kind of understand the little addition we want to put on there.
Mhm.
Okay. But I always have trouble.
Got to be a little bit more political, and I understand.
Okay. All right.
Ain't happening.
Okay, so in any public comment? Always hate to see unfunded mandates, and I know how hard your department works in getting these programs going. So I'm certainly in favor of it. So I will ask for a motion.
I thought that was in the form of a motion.
I'll move that with the appropriately worded addition that I suggested, apparently in an inappropriate manner, that we approve sending the letter opposing the bill.
All right. Have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second, and I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Okay. Next item.
Reports.
Reports. Do everybody have long, lengthy reports? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Okay, I just want to mention that on April 7th, after our board meeting, several of the staff and myself waited tables at the celebrity dinner, and there was a notable failure to appear by the gentleman who is also absent right now from our dais for the first time. So I'm sure he's going to buy the table next year. I'm not sure. I did, on a more serious note, I did attend a joint meeting between Tridam, Mike Calaveras County counterpart, and myself and the staffs from the two counties. We do have a problem, and it's a knotty one. I don't know how the heck we're ever going to solve it, but we need to figure out a way to do it. And that is the parking, illegal parking, and the illegal trespass down by the bridge over O'Byrne's Ferry Bridge over the lake. That's a historical event that seems to be going on every weekend, going back probably before your youth, Mr. Chairman.
I was one of the violators after.
So, but it is an issue. It's a safety issue, public safety issue, and we're trying to deal with that. And I would encourage, the only reason I'm mentioning it is if you're one of those people, it would be appreciated by the property owners in Tridam and both counties if you'd find another place to enter the lake. I also that afternoon went out and I'm working a deal with Bureau of Land Management on a piece of property that's out at the end of French Flat Road that has turned into a fairly high activity shooting, informal shooting range. We're trying, again, a knotty problem. You got a lot of people around there. Been a couple of cows hit with bullets, stray bullets. I like to shoot as much as the next person, but we need to do it in a safe manner. So we're working through that as well, and that's. I hope neither one of these end up coming before the board. I did participate in a NACO EELU conference call, and I'm just going to say that everybody except for the federal government seems to be opposed to the Waterways of the U.S. Rule and continue to lobby in that regard. And then on Saturday, I got to attend a wonderful wedding for Miss Kendra Brennan, now Brown, and Sherry did a marvelous job as the mother of the bride, and that's my report.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Royce, Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, the only thing I really want to report on is I attended a GRAP working group strategy meeting in Sacramento on April 6th, and the State Water Board continues to pull back on what they're going to do with GRAP. This collaborative group is looking at what they may do proactively to encourage a voluntary program. We'll continue to work on this, but at this point, we are really waiting to see what the State Water Board will move forward with. And I would just like to thank my fellow supervisors that attended the wedding we had down at the ranch, and really, really enjoyed all the wonderful family and friends that came out to celebrate the occasion.
All right, Ms. Carrillo.
Just wanted to report that if you recall, last board meeting, your board agreed to support San Bernardino County in their request to publish a case related to CEQA attorney's fees. And the good news is that request was granted by the appellate court, so we now have a published decision which can be relied on for authority in CEQA attorney's fees cases.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jamar?
Nothing to report.
All right, my report's pretty short. We did have a meeting with the park superintendent and U.S. Forest Service in Yosemite last Thursday concerning the Ackerson property, and we'll be having an updated meeting here in the near future if we can settle on a date. And then last week, I met with a group in Groveland from Columbia College and the high school up there to looking at the possibility of setting up a culinary program in the Groveland area with the Rush Creek project coming on, them needing nearly 100 employees, and then the shortage of employees that they have at Evergreen. It seems like it would be a good fit. So it looks like we're getting a good group together of people that have businesses and the schools to see if something will happen. And I think that's my report. Mr. Richardson, you have a long one?
Yes. No. Just thanks for treating me kindly today. Just want to report that Mr. Pedro did go to Sacramento, met with the California Insurance Commissioner's Office, had a very productive meeting. So I want to thank all the citizens who did report on insurance, homeowners insurance issues related to fire. And so that was productive, and we look forward to their conclusions. They will be following up with interviews of those homeowners who talked to us. Also, tomorrow there will be a full-scale multi-agency functional exercise testing out our emergency operations center, and all of our emergency entities in the county and multiple counties will actually be participating. Helicopters, fire engines, ambulances. I mean, it's going to be a good exercise, making sure we're ready for the next disaster.
Okay, and this is not the exercise that we're going to do at Kennedy Meadows, is it?
Yes, it is.
It is, so I know where I have to be tomorrow morning real early. Huh?
Yes.
And Mr. Royce, are you joining me? Okay. All right, good. All right, I guess meeting adjourned.